up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. Special flight. I would have not normally been able to fly this today, but unforeseen circumstances have now allowed us to. And no, we're not going to wait for the boarding is now open to end because, well, I'm ready to go 5 seconds long before this, even though I am running well over 30 minutes beyond when I wanted to start. Plus, as Hawker says, welcome in our moderator. Thank you for letting me know the no music. I was trying to get a lot of things going, failing miserably, as I told him, multitasking, and so that's why things were. But yes, it is a cargo flight, and yes, it's a FedEx day. We are flying. We're going to try to pull this off. Now, we're going to be on the tail end. I'm almost 100% sure of their event. Could even be done by the time we get down there. But today we're going to start something new. In a sense, I don't know how well another streamer coined it as an experiment, and I'm going forward to give it a try myself at full-time streaming in the interim. If many of you didn't know the reason why the other two flights were canceled this week, I was let go from where I worked. I'm not going to get into the reasons, don't ask, unless if I DM you about it over on Discord. So while I'm job searching, we're going to go into full-time streaming as well. I actually do have a couple of promising leads. However, I'm going to leave it as leads and not go any further into them. But anyway, we're going to give this a try. I have no idea what this looks like. So forgive me, folks, if I'm not as polished or as wonderful at it as some that have been doing it for a lot longer than I have. So, but anyway, game plan, we're going to fly from here, which is not Denver. Sorry, as the schedule prompted, that would be the first MD-11 flight, the first flight of the week. No, we're in Fort Worth, Texas at Alliance Airport, as the opening screen said. Headed to Memphis. I think you all have heard of Memphis and FedEx, something about them together. So that's where we're headed. From there, we're going to hope to join the event, even though I think we're going to be way behind by a good 30 minutes, if not longer, down to Key West in the Zibo. So those of you unfamiliar with X-Plane 12, you've got the rotate MD-11 up here. I affectionately call the Airbus 11. We'll get into that here in a moment. And then we're going to switch over to probably one of the best flight sim add-ons I've ever seen, the Zibo 737. And folks, one of the biggest things I love about this is all that they packed into it. You're going to see a lot of that later on today. It's free. I'll give you all a chance to get back in your chairs after hearing the word free and flight sim, and they never go together well. Yes, it's free. The only thing you got to pay for, folks, is X-Plane 12, which doesn't pay. Nerd with Wings, welcome in. I DM'd you if you didn't know earlier. If you could, asked you a question about a comment you made last night. Just curious the landscape of that. But welcome, sir. Thank you for coming aboard. Oh, you did. Okay. As you can tell, been running like a chicken with its head cut off trying to get these all fired up. So we're going to flight plan the last one. So anyway, but thanks. I'll check into it as we get airborne because it is about an hour and a half over to Memphis. So, but anyway, enough said. We're going from here in Fort Worth to Memphis, Memphis to Key West, Florida. We were just there a few weeks ago, and you all know just how fun that 5 or 6,000 foot runway. We'll brief it up when we get to it. So let's get in the cockpit, get this bird all up and running, and see why I call it an Airbus. All right, so we are in. Let me get a little help here. Where are you? There you are. And let's add this to the mix. All right, there we go, folks. You can see the first one. Are you kidding me? Oh, nerd with wings. I can't believe it. No, I shouldn't. That's one thing about Zibo, folks. Have you see in the chat there? There's another update. They just updated it 2 or 3 days ago. They updated it again yesterday and again today. What? That's why I like Zibo. They keep that sucker up to date. Also, X-Plane has finally given us X-Plane 0.1. This is beta 2. So we're actually in the second beta, and I'm shocked there wasn't one. No, I'm just kidding. There are so many features to this aircraft or this sim update. You really either head to my Discord for the link or to X-Plane, and they'll up. I mean, it's 2 arms, 2 legs, and maybe your neighbor's 2 arms and 2 legs worth of updates that came in here. It's unbelievable. I have no idea how to test them all to see what each one did. So there you go, folks. So really hope you enjoy today. Just as you got all things fixed. Yeah, that was a challenge, Justin. But it's always fun to help people out there, Nerd with Wings. So, all right, so let's get into here. So, how do you get this thing going? I actually have, hang on a second, I need to bring up one more file because I forgot which version of Rotate I'm in. There it is. I am in version 1.0.8. This is what you get when you download it, folks, when you pay for it and download it. The original did not have this lovely piece. I always forget which one. Where is, oh, you know what? I think, hey, hit that power button there, flying with my captain. All right, so we have this lovely EFB. But before this update, we went right here, and just like told us, it's still there for you to use. All right, so let's head over to ground ops. Now I've already triggered to have the, actually, let's get her parked and on external power. And I hope, oh, here they come. Yeah, you can set it up cold and dark, external power, engines running, ready to go for taxi and ready for departure. I like with the external power on. All right, weight and balance. We'll get into this. I'm actually going, let me see how it looks. Okay, we can do it this way. So we'll use the EFB since that's the new neat little tool. But let's first talk about this flight real quick over at Sim Toolkit. All right, and I love this utility, folks, because it gives you so much in the front and the end of the flight that's just unbelievable. All right, so let's head up here. First off, let's get our loadout. Now, the only bad thing about SimBrief and Sim Toolkit, well, Sim Toolkit reads from SimBrief, is SimBrief has not set up an MD-11 yet freighter, meaning, well, yes, we have 23 FedEx workers, but when I build the flight plan so that I can get my performance data from TopCat, it is like 350 people. So downside, yes, but we can work around it. So we're going to be flying today. 3-4 left out of here, landing. They're still saying 3-6 left, even though I told them runway 9. Ah, interesting. I guess they said, no, Captain, you're landing on 3-6 left, whether you like it or not. And I know that's my worst Jack Nicholson imitation I've ever done. But anyway, then we're going to fly the Cuso 1 to FORCK, the ELD to Hobart 3 to the 3-6 left now. Okay, we'll do that. All right, cost index 200, and they're giving us 35,000. Payload today is 167,000, just shy of 300 pounds. You see the zero fuel weight. The ramp weight after they throw about 45,200 pounds of fuel in us. All right, take a breath there, folks, because now we're going to get into the weather. Whether or not we can fly, we are flying. All right, latest weather, winds are westerly at 10 miles of visibility, and we got a few clouds from 3,800 feet and also at 25,000. So really not a bad day here. Down in Memphis, that is going to be an evil stepchild, it looks like. Sorta, kinda. Now you see why I was wanting runway 9, and they said, not happening. The whammy gotcha. 080 at 9. 09 would have been the perfect runway there. We may still try for it if center doesn't come up. 10 miles visibility. We've got a few clouds at 1100 and a broken layer at 1400. So right now, that is our ceiling, folks. And then another broken layer, 2,000 feet. So instruments for landing. Yippee. All right, and the neat thing is you can see it's showing you graphically how the winds are translating across our runway. And then I've just pre-filed into VATSIM, and they have graciously given us a transponder code already. And it wasn't a PDC. All right, so how do we take that information and stick it into rotate? Very simple, so to speak. Bear with me a second here. I'm trying to make this so that I can do it rather easily. All right, payload. So what we're going to put up here is our total payload. However, what I do here, folks, I watch my zero fuel weight. I want that to get as close to what I'm planning for to help with, all my performance. So 429467 is what we're shooting for here, which hopefully will be in the ballpark of 167,290. 67290 420552. Yikes. That's 9,000 pounds off. Well, let's give it to it and see what happens. Let's see if I'm doing my math right. So 429467 minus 420552 is 8915. All right, plus 167290. Woo, that is a full load, folks. 176,205. I'm kind of curious if it'll take it. $429,427. Okay, we'll get to the payload CG one moment, folks. All right, fuel. Okay, I am showing we're blocking fuel at 45,210 pounds. Taxi fuel of 2,000. Okay. And a trip fuel. I'll have to dig. Hang on a second. Survey says we're going to burn 18,458 pounds. All right. So now if you don't put this in as it says, folks, you will not get a landing weight. Now, the big thing with this aircraft. All right, bear with me a second. I can't find it. Where the heck did the MD-11 go? Oh, right in front of my nose. Doggone it. I hate when that happens. All right, so the game plan is here, folks, to make this plane work so you don't run into tail problems or too far forward on your CG. You gotta make your takeoff CG. So the top number here has to be between 30 and 31. So you just move it till you get the, I'll go to 30.5, split the difference, and pray everything works good. So we have 429, 467. That was our scheduled ZFW. We loaded the 45,210 pounds. 2,000 pounds is the taxi, folks, for 20 minutes on this plane. There is no ballast fuel, and our trip is 18,458. Let me put this back to where I like it nominally. All right, and now I'm going to go ahead and apply it to the aircraft in the FMC. Just makes things easier. We'll go to ground ops. Again, I have the power unit, chocks, stairs. I do have the cockpit door 1L open and the two lower doors open on the first officer side. Real quick, let you see. First officer side, swinging around, swinging around. And then you can see the bulk door in the back. That's right here, folks, and then the main entry. All right. Are we done? Well, you know, I think we technically are. However, I'm going to go ahead, request fuel, and I'm going to request to load the aircraft. Not a great animation here, and we'll explain a little bit. Remember, there's 4 cans coming, folks. Yeah, that's 176,000 pounds of cargo. Yeah. Can I laugh a little harder? However, 2 rotates, at least it's something. Okay, I'll give them that. However, we're going to show you, I want you to see them all load, and I know it's taken up precious time. Once we're loaded, we're going to hopefully rocket through getting this plane up and ready to go. Again, we are on ground power, so we're literally almost ready to go. Just let it load these 4 pallets in. And then we'll be ready to go. I do want to show this off, though. And it's one of my couple of disappointments with the plane. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't be able to tell Rotate how to fix it. Because this is when I really hate saying that I like what Captain Sim did. And please keep the lettuce and tomatoes to a minimum being thrown at me for this comment. All right, so we're loaded. We'll make the it disappear. All right. So here we are looking out the wing. Hey, that looks great. Remember, 4 cans went in the plane, right? That's my disappointment. Is it a showstopper? By all means not. It's just Hawker saying, yeah, I really don't like this plane. In the real world. In the sim world, it's as soon as you know it's an Airbus, folks, or very close to, it becomes so simple to find. And he's glad that I changed my mind. So yeah, that's one of my disappointments with the simulated model. There's a couple of others, and maybe I'll point them out, maybe I won't. We'll see if I remember them. All right. All right, if you want to know how to get rid of that real quick, you can either click here or the Y key. All right, so let's get in here, folks. Get this plane going. Cockpit prep, lighting set. Stand by. I'm just going to dial everything all the way up. It's a daylight flight. And folks, you just got to play with them. I hate to break it to you. It is really that, I hate to say it, that intense. You just got to mess around with them long enough to figure out your settings. I know there's another one and I can't remember where they're hiding. All right. Our transponder was 3633. Okay, we got that on. And yes, folks, we're working in CTAF. So we'll get that frequency here in a minute. For now, we're just going to put her over to Unicom. Well, I'll go ahead and get it right now. Real quick, I'm going to bring Sim Toolkit back up. We'll get rid of the load sheet, bring in Sky Vector, and just do KAFW KEYW. That's our eventual ending point, KMEM. All right. How do we, in the heck, figure this out? Well, I found out we can do this. Let's see if it works. Try it on the right frequency. 135, how about that? 135? Well, let's see. Okay, so if you do .ctaf space and your airport's ICAO, in this case, KAFW, you're going to get the CTAF frequency. Okay, let me bring Sim Toolkit in. I'll show you another way. See if it works. Dallas, Fort Worth. All right. Oh, this is going to be really cool. Okay, if you're at a non-controlled airport like Kenneth Copeland, not too far away, wherever the C is, red is your CTAF. So in this case, it would be 123.075. Over here at Perot Field, Alliance, where we are, look for the control tower. We'll get to it because I already can hear you going, well, it ain't going to work that way. 135.15 works out perfect. However, if we go to a little animal like, just a little airport called Dallas Fort Worth, ooh, there's a lot of them, folks. I go with whatever the active. So some of these are geared for if the 1.3s and the 1.8s and the 3.6s and the reciprocals are in play. Go with that. That's how I do it. Now, whether I'm right or wrong, I have no idea. But you could do the .ctaf and your airport's ICAO in the United States, and it'll give you that CTAF. Hang on a second, just getting this in a position to be able to use it. World VFR, that'll be perfect. So he's, oh, perfect. All right, we'll do that. And all right, so we now know our CTAF, which is 135.150. One other question got answered on a flight. I'll just come back to it. Don't worry about it yet, folks. 135. Okay, so we're set up on CTAF. All right, so we have CTAF for AFW here and our active frequency, which right now is VATSIM Unicom. What's the difference? Common traffic is common traffic to that airport, meaning whatever you're going to do like you would have on 122.8 on VATSIM, you'll do on the CTAF channel. But it's only in VAT USA. So 48 states, it may include Alaska and Hawaii. I don't know. I don't know VATSIM or VAT USA's boundaries. They're the ones that have been testing this. Will it go VATSIM wide? Who knows? Europe and them have their own interesting ways of doing it. So we'll kind of play it by ear. Now, one thing to notice, and I just caught it while we're doing radios. We have a problem, Houston. Okay, we can transmit, but right now there are no open receive frequencies. You see how they're kind of blanked out? Come over here to your comms and click on. Boom. See how it came on? Make sure it's turned up or you won't hear them. Your microphone is already on. You can test whatever key you have set, you can test. And I just went over Unicom. They'll be mad at me, but you know what? They'll get over it. All right, so we're good with the radios for now. going to go ahead and get rid of that because it blocks some of the screen. Weather radar is off, and spoilers are down. We will talk about this. I've seen so many questions, or heard, let me rephrase, so many questions about that animal. How do I arm them? Because it yells at you if you don't. And then we're going to talk about calling 1-800 dial-a-flap. Gotta love McDonnell Douglas for that one. All right, and then gear, lever, overhead, fuel dumps, all emergency powers are off. All right, let's get into this thing. Okay, obviously the batteries are on or we wouldn't see anything up here. Obviously we're on external power because it says we are on and available. I'm going to go ahead and kick on the APU. This will flash until it is on. Pretty simple stuff, right? All right, annunciator lights. Now that took me a while to find, folks. It's this little button right here.
Overspeed. 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 Overspeed.
Okay, so as you saw, you can hold it with your num lock. If you've got your view set up that way, you can walk through it. Okay. Ground power, annunciator, cockpit lighting set, air system APU. Once it's on, we'll turn it on. And it should be coming on here any second. All right, and come on. All right, well, while it's, well, no, I don't want to go through a switch over of power. All right, so it just came on. Your generators came on. Now it wants us to turn on the bleed, and it's going to make sure 1 and 2, 1 and 3 isolations are on, and they will come on as your packs come on. See there, they're on, your flows, and they're set. The bleeds will come back, will be alive when we have the engines on. Now, why am I moving up? First, I'm going to go ahead and test this, and now we're going to bring them on. Fire check is good. I don't know if the real plane did that, folks, but this one does. McDonnell Douglas, like Boeing, and kind of like Airbus, just don't know how to count. 1, 2, auxiliary. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, if you wanted to do a fire test, it's right here. We're not gonna. All right, so air system, that's on. Let's come back down. Emergency power, where was it? Switch to arm. And we're going to go ahead and make sure the nav lights and logo lights are on. They are indeed. Logo light actually says on, but if it's dark, a lot of this means it's actually in the proper setup. Huh, Airbus kinds of does that, doesn't it? Now you're starting to see, if you know an Airbus, you're already noticing this is a lot like an Airbus, folks. So there's some changes. Yeah, you could go, well, the Mad Dog looks like that too. Yeah, it's a McDonnell Douglas product. So that's why. All right, so let's press on here. Initial setup on our FMC. So let's get down here. Clear them. FMC. MD11, everything looks good. Flight plan init. I'm gonna have to put it in because, well, you know what? Maybe I can. Let me try something here, folks. Export. Let's. Oh, how does it go in there? Dang it. I forgot to look. Let me take a quick gander into it, folks, and see. Oh, of course. You know what? If you read, you find out AFW. Okay, so no 01 at the end. Okay. So KAFW KMM company route. Boom. We don't have the alternate, but we'll go ahead and throw it in as STL, where I'm at. Now you could, if you had the coordinates, narrow it down. We don't, so we're not going to worry about it. So let's get over here and see what I need to do. Aircraft status was good. Flight plan init or company route. We did that. From to, put in position reference. Position, we'll hit the initialize and go with it. Flight number today, FedEx 811. All right, and we'll leave it right there, folks. Come back to it as we get closer to alignment. Okay, we got to do a hydraulic test. All right, we got to first switch this to hydraulics. Right there. And then if we come back up, you see it's ready. Then we go up here, find the hydraulics panel. Airbus guys, where would it be? You're right. Right up here. Look at that, hydraulic pressure test. And you may hear a vacuum cleaner in the background. We're vacuuming floors, so just so you know. Okay, the big thing we're looking for here, folks, is 5.3 gallons, and they're all way above. COM radios are set. Obtain ATIS and IFR clearance. Well, we got our ATIS, sort of, kinda. Let me see if anything ever came up. Nope. All right, so ATIS, what we're going to do here, folks, I'm just going to read off the METAR one more time. Okay, so 290 at 10 miles visibility, few clouds at 3,800, 2,500, or 25,000, 25 degrees Celsius, 16 degrees Celsius, dew point 2980. Oh, it came back. Hang on. There we go, 2980. Let me just double check. It should set over here. And it did. All right. And we'll get our IFR clearance if they come in. Now, the big thing, this checklist. Now, the checklist I'm using, gonna hope for it, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, it did. Is right there at, oh, that's the MD-11. It's part of the tutorial flight, folks. So you'll see it. This is working right from it, adjusted to our numbers. Okay. Next up, glare shield setup. Let's do it the easy way, shall we, folks? I always find that the best. Okay, so we're being asked to make sure we're in inches or HPA right there, and you tell right here. So we are in inches of mercury. If you're in Europe or really anywhere else in the world, HP. Minimums 200. Okay, you can go RA or Perot. Why don't we just do RA? And I'm going to set it to 400. That is what the FAA Airman Information Manual says. Generally, where you should start your turn. All right, nav data. nav display, heading or mag. They want you in, of course, mag. Okay. And then finally, baro is set, altimeter is set, and the bank angle. This one's a little tricky. All right, your bank angle. Right here is your heading. These are your different bank angles, folks. You see that little notch right where my cursor is? Okay, you want that notch? For auto. All right, now we're going to finish up the FMC. All right, so we left off with the flight number. Alternate, we have in there is St. Louis. Cruise altitude. Let me make, normally I have this written down, folks, so please, my apologies. We're going for 35,000, so 350. And I have tried this where, like, if you're doing hypothetically Memphis to say Stansted or, you know, long distance where there's going to be step climbs, I've put them in. I don't get them. Okay. Just going to let you know, don't get them. All right. So we got a cruise. We're looking for the cruise temperature and wind. So bear with me here. I need a lot more on this one. Oop, wrong one. I'm trying to get the right one. All right, so what you have to, you know what? I'm going to do this in a way that's going to help us out eventually. Thought I had that started. I guess not. Starting up NavGraph charts. Now, yesterday, or during someone's stream yesterday, question came up. It's one you've all heard me explain, why I have NavGraph charts. How do I get charts for Europe? Can't use SkyVector. So getting them free, folks, can be very difficult. NavGraph charts is your best source. I'm going to tell you right now. Yes, it costs. I hate to say it, but yes. But it gives you the world. Very easy to find all of the airports that you would ever fly to. I think I've only run into one or two airports where it was a little dicey. Now, if you want to stay free, and as I eventually told this, and the other people forgot about this way, you could, it doesn't, I can tell you the one that never worked for me, but you could try finding the VATSIM center that controls that country, whatever it is, say like Germany, you know, they've got Lagan, Munchkin, you know, they've got a pretty big territory. UK is a separate center. They have their own. France, so forth. So you'd have to go to each one, and you might be able to find charts. Not all of them, but most of them. And they would be free. Most likely way outdated, but still available. You could try a Google search, yes, but NavGraph charts will always have them. Okay. All right, so what do we do here? Just go to import from SimBrief, look for your latest flight, which is right there. And guess what? Done. So as you can see, Cuso 1 to FORCK over to Hobart, and we're coming in on the 3-3. Oh, to ELD. Sorry, I forgot that. Then in on the Hobart. 436 left. We'll do it. What the heck? All right. So all of that to say, if we go right here, look at that, we got SimBrief. That's our actual flight plan, operating flight plan in SimBrief. Pretty cool, huh? Now this this is a great tool right here, helps you with a lot of things, but not what exactly we're looking for. What's the temperature and what's the headwind? Average wind is head, P I think is it really that bad? Hang on, folks. I just might have learned something. I didn't really pay attention. Somewhere, SimBrief. Where the heck's SimBrief? Oh, I got rid of it. Doggone it. Hang on, folks. And I need to do something else, or we're not going to be able to get this flight going very easily to KMEM. Go. All right, there we go. And that'll work out. They gave us a nice lighter load. That's fine. Anyway, SimBrief. Get in there. No, doggone it, I just logged out. Son of a gun, I hate when I click the wrong button. Signing in. Confirm. I hate when I do that. Alright, let me view this. So I quit messing up. Alright, so winds today are 241. Wow, at 83. Right, 241 is going to actually be at our tail. So that's going to be a tailwind of 75. Alright, so how do we figure all of this up? I'm going to scroll down a little further. We're going to get to our wind information right here. Okay, so we're planning 35,000. It's minus 48, 49, 49. Let's go minus 49. Minus 49. Diagonal. Tail. And let me scroll back up. I think it was 75. We'll go with it. 0075. All right, cost index 200. Seems way high. We'll have to get in there and find out. Optimum 34,900. Max 39,000. That's what's filled in here. All right, let's move on. Okay, we're going to the, what are we going to? Oh, page 2. All right, there's our fuel. There's our zero fuel. That'll work. And so our numbers are in and good. So we're going to now go to F plan. Huh, seen that somewhere before. I think all the Airbuses have something that say F plan. Could be wrong though. Airbus 11? Yeah. All right, so we're going to get our SID. Today's flight. Bear with me. Actually, I could just do this. There's our alternate. There's our flight. Kuso 1. How about we select, what did I say, 3, 4 left? Next, Kuso 1 to FORCK. All right, and then insert. All right, so what I'm going to do now is get rid of this, and I'm going to pull up the Kuso 1 or departure. Okay, we're coming out of, not Addison. Here we are, no, that's Fort Worth. Here we are, way over here. I'm going to take off, head over to Salve, Kuso, and head on to here. So We're wanting to see Salve, Kuso, Hanu, Flying Force K, ELD. Okay, now we're coming into 3-6 left, not used. Let's find out why. They are in the 1/8. So guess what? That means we either can land on 1/8 left, 1/8 right, 2-7, or 9. Wind, as of 31 minutes ago, we're scattered at 1700, broken at 2000, broken at 2200, and 23 degrees Celsius. Wind 130 at 8. Really would not like to use 2-7. That would be rough. 1/8, or let's do 9. What the heck? It's an RNAV. Ooh, that makes it even fun. So let's go to Memphis, go to the Star. Inbound, we're not on the Buzz, we are on the Hobart. ELD. There's an ILS for runway 9? Hang on, you know what that means. Time to go check. Charts, approach. Runway 9, there sure as heck is. So we could head to Buddy. Buddy is 10 miles out. You know what? Let's, they said the RNAV. Let's take a look. It's also to the Buddy. You know what? I'm planning the ILS. Transition. We don't have a transition. Additional approaches. Making sure no transition. Insert. So let me go back to flight here. Close this. Change this. Add. Double check. We're good on the arrival. Yep. Chart. Add. And now we have it. And here's our approach. Minimums look good. Half mile and 200 feet. So yeah, we're good. All right. So. Hobart. Coming in from ELD. Next up should be Faye Otis. That's at 16,000. Hobart. Rocab. Okay, so you can see we're landing north, 9 or 27. Take vectors from Rocab at 10,000. Sounds good to me. All right, now what's this manual flight discontinuity, the Buddy? Well, folks, that is where ATC can set us up for Buddy, vector us. It's the word, you all know it as a vector, and I'm not going to clear anything because what I'm going to do is hopefully be ready to take over the heading and march us up towards it, okay? But I do want to check. Now, when we come off Hobart, we're not flying 51 degrees to Tammy. We're flying 54 degrees to Rocab. Then, up to Buddy, Alex, and the runway. And our missed approach is Keezy. You can see how that works. And then we'll hold. And that is the end because we could put the plan in here. We're not going to. Okay? It's Memphis or bust, folks. All right, so that looks all good. I'm going to punch us back. And we're going to now get rid of charts. All right, I just want to see what's next. Okay, so after F plan, we've inserted, cleared, takeoff, and approach. Little different words, but in the end, it's really the same thing as performance in Airbus. All right, so let's bring in TopCat real quick. Now, what I'm bringing in, folks, is payware. Would help if I did that. There we go. Is payware. All right. Now, what I did, I set this flight up over on Professional Flight Planner, transferred it all over. Basically, it's just a simple export to TopCat. The two can be bundled from the Australian site Flight Sim Store or something like that. I don't even know if it's still available or not. SimBrief is really putting a crimp on their business. And they're about to release some new things if you didn't read the email with this latest AirNac update. All right, but most of what's in TopCat was actually set up for FSX, not the new sim and prepared. Technically not with X-Plane as well, but you're going to find out they're pretty close. Okay, pretty doesn't mean they're dead on, pretty close. So, but we can use it. Let's just put it that way. All right, so this all exported in. So we'll go up here to takeoff. Do a quick update first. Okay, once that's done, come in, look at your numbers. Okay, 2980, got it. Dry runway, 34 left, that looks good. Look at the specifications here. We've got a slope, which we'll get to in just a quick second here. So today we're going to not have any ice. We're going to have packs on. And I leave everything optimum and a normal takeoff. Double check your takeoff weights. That's what I'm doing right now. 472, 677. Close enough for the airplane. Compute. I see we are in a commercial break, so I'll put a little note out to people so they know that if you miss anything in these breaks, catch it on YouTube. They should be ad-free there. I am not getting paid, so I'm pretty sure they are ad-free. Okay, I moved things over a little bit so you can see. All right. All right, with TopCat now, we generated data that said our flex temperature is 60. The max limit we can be gross weight is 499,000. We're 30 roughly under it. We'll go with field. I don't know this code at all. All right, so V1 should be somewhere between 151 and 157. 163 to rotate, 173 for V2, leaving us 1,228 feet. Now, if you notice our engine performance, if we left it at the 26 degrees it is outside, we'll use 111% power on those blades. However, we're scaling it back to 100%. So you can see it's easing that wear and tear, folks. So, and folks in the chat room, you can see what you've missed, you can catch over at YouTube. All right, so 60, or simply subscribe, and then that takes care of it as well. I leave that up to you all totally. Packs on. All right, let me just follow this so I make sure flaps. All right, slope and wind. So our slope, if you look here on TopCat, is right here. Up is a plus sign, down is a negative sign. So for our slope, we're positive, so that's up. And we're 0.5. Now hold on, before you go any further, let the slash in. your headwind. You know, first off, your wind, and I got to look at it, is either a headwind or a tailwind. Head 02, it says it right here, right next to your winds. So, HD02. Now punch it in there. Outside air temperature is next. That shows right here at 26. It could be different. We're not looking at it, so I'm not going up to it. All right, now our flaps. Flaps are going to be 10. Okay. Now, stape trim 4.3. Then we want to confirm. All right, so what did we say? I'm going to go ahead and go with the 146, but we got 163, 167. I'm going to go with them. So boom, boom, and boom. We're confirmed. We're good to go. And then with this data, we come up to the FCP front control panel and make sure the speed 250. That's fine. Runway heading on here, which again we have for us 346. And currently no ATC. All right, so what does that mean? No ATC. Well, that means I'm going to pull up my departure. First off, see if we have any restrictions. No. So we're going to go straight up to 35,000. Okay. And our FCP and our FMC is set. Last I like to do is set this one over here. Now my one thing, one of the other things, and this isn't the only plane I say this on, I do say this about Zibo as well. I want takeoff on here, and I'm going to put performance, I think, here, or F. I'm going to put F plan. And that way, once I get airborne, stabilized on my climb, I can then go direct solve, direct cusso, Hanu, Hana, lying, and then over to FORCK. All right, that's how I set these up. Finally, nav data display. What do we want on it? Want to make sure both match. So we want traffic. Okay, data. VOR1, VOR2. Oh, that's right. And then set your range. Increase. There's our route right there. But actually bring it in a little. We're at 40. It's down here at the bottom. That's what I was looking for. And then you can turn this on or off by pushing it. We'll leave it off for now. Hydraulic test, by the way, is done. And just make sure this side is the same. Although, if you want it, you can go further. You can also, no, there is no terrain that I'm aware of on it. But we are set to go, folks. And I hope I did that pretty quickly. Actually, not bad for the MD-11. All right, so let's get ready to start this girl up. Let's head outside. And we're going to zoom in. And I'm going to use this utility instead of the EFB. Why? Because I'm out here. Close, close, close. I'm going to go ahead and close the cockpit door, get rid of the staircase. Close this. Hop up here. Come off the external power. It does some kind of weird things sometimes. And then I'm going to actually get rid of it. I could have done this, folks, by the way, on the EFB. All you got to do is here, request, you know, you got it all right here. All right, so we're ready for engine start. Parking brake is set, seat belts. Here, let's just do it the easy way. Okay, beacon lights on. Emergency lights armed, as well as the switch arms. We'll take this down. Doors, windows, all closed. Let's do a quick exterior look. And then we're going to call better pushback. Doors, all closed on this side. All closed on this side. Let's call better pushback. Now we're doing 3-4, so that means we're going to be coming out of the ramp to, and it's the taxiway to our left right now. Stand by. Okay, so this taxiway, we're going to hang a left, go south to go north. Actually, we're going to be taking off on 3-4 right. Okay, so just giving you some orientation. So when we push back, we want to face west. Here we go.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
You really don't want to leave it that open for Captain Mike here.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, with that word, soon as I see it, there it is. I'm going to come over here. It says cautiously. Let's go ahead and remove the chocks. All right, while we're waiting on him, let's get the rest. Let's get aux pump 1 on.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Transponder. Move it up. Okay. Flip frequencies. We're ready to go, folks. Now up here on the panel, set there. Let's choose system A for start today. And APU air is on. I did that once. And we're ready to crank them up.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
This is one of those other things I'm not thrilled with it, that I gotta actually click on it.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
Key command slash joystick command doesn't work. Now I'm going to let him push me back and then fire up. And now we're not on an icy surface. We were back in the wintertime in Indianapolis. We did donuts. And there we are, pushing back. Now, the start sequence today will be engine number 3, right there. Engine number 1, right there. And then the center engine. And for those that follow air disasters, I know there's a few of you out there. I've talked to you about them, a few of you offline. The predecessor to the MD-11, the DC-10, FedEx would eventually do some modifications and call them MD-10s. But anyway, the DC-10, this engine is what exploded and sliced all the hydraulic lines back here, rendering all surfaces unusable. Ended up in Sioux City. That's the big cartwheeling DC-10 from United, you see. Amazing story, folks. Yes, quite a few people died. Quite a few people lived, which is the miracle of that flight. When you see that cartwheel and that fire.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
All right, so here we go.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
All right, let's double check everything. Again, we got to make sure. Got A system on, beacons on. Here we go. Number 3, pull the switch first. You want to see the light on, then your fuel switch at. Oops. Just about there. The blue line. There we go. Okay, we got 2 more to go.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike. Okay, once stabilized, folks, let's do number 1. Here comes the fuel. So you can basically tell, folks, we're just trying to get to this line. Once the needle reaches it, bring the fuel on. Okay, so that's both wing engines now on. Now we're going to get the center one once we get everything to settle down here and stabilize. All right, let's go ahead, crank up the center engine, which is number 2. All right, there we are at the blue line. Oh, I clicked this right on immediately. Sorry, folks. The good thing is this aircraft is very forgiving. I don't have failures on, so I don't know if it would have failed. Just waiting on this one to settle down as well, and then we'll get into the after start before takeoff, and then know where we're headed. Memphis. Those of you in Memphis, please don't wait on me. I'll be there as quick as I can to grab my Zibo and head to Key West. Whether I get credit or not, that's on you guys. All right, let me check something here real quick. Boy, I'm glad I checked. And we're on MD-11. Cool. Folks, if you do want to join this airline, I highly recommend them, folks. I've been with FedEx Express Virtual, holy mackerel, 5, 6, 7 years. They're a great bunch of people, pretty easygoing. Pretty much the only rules they have is if you can't find the aircraft in the schedule, which all FedEx aircraft are scheduled for all routes, so that means you could fly an MD-11 from Anchorage to Kenai, and then, what's the other airport? Anyway, you can fly into some small ones if you can get them in there. And by the way, we did that once to Key West. I talked about it last time. So long as the fuel. That's like saying, let's take a Cessna 208 from Memphis to UK. Good luck getting that plane there, because they don't want you. So, but they have substitutions if for some reason, like the ATRs were hard to find there for a while, certain aircraft were hard to find. They had ways around that. Just chat with them. Folks are a great bunch of people. Just ask that you comfortably know how to fly your aircraft. Does it mean you got to be a commercial pilot? By all means, no, because I'm a private pilot. But they just don't want you, smashing a runway real hard or stuff like that. And you know how to fly on VATSIM, although that's not a requirement. All right, but check them out, folks. FedEx, FDXVA.org. I highly recommend them. All right, we're up and running after start checklists. Going up to the overhead panel here. Windshield defrost, I already turned that on. Anti-ice, we're not going to run with any right now. We may turn the engine and the windshields on as we get closer to Memphis. Air panel is set. APU can be turned off. So first thing I'll do is turn the bleed off. You can do it one of two ways. I've been told you can click here, but I like to click here. And it takes time. Dump. Hydraulic panel checked and set. Let's get back up. Looks good. Looks good. Seatbelts are on. And finally, okay, so now we come down here. First thing I'm going to do is click config. All right, everything looks good here. Set my stabe trim. Stabe trim's 4.3. Like Airbus, folks, you can read the number on the screen. And then we're going to check our surfaces. I kind of like the screen, but I kind of wonder if the real one had it. I'm thinking it did, but again, I never was. They wouldn't let me in the cockpit at this point, folks. I don't know why. All right, and we're good to go. All right, and cabin report received. Takeoff data confirmed. We're going to be doing that several times before takeoff. To takeoff reject. Slats coming out. All right, folks, time to call 1-800 dial a flap. That's right, dial a flap for your perfect flap setting. Just kidding. I just find that hilarious. All right, you can set this, folks, from 10 to I think something like 28 degrees, and that's what it's going to set the next notch at. All right, we're going to 10. Dial a flap is set right here. I'm not kidding you, folks. You think I'm kidding? There's your flap settings. Dial your flap setting in. 1-800 dial a flap. 1-800 dial a flap. Sorry, folks. That just cracks me up. All right, flight controls have been checked. Stage trim set. Auto brakes on takeoff. Takeoff data. One more time. Confirm and set. It is confirmed over here in the magenta. I am going to set this to engine. We're ready to go. And off we go. Like I said, we're going to go out the south end here, hang a left down to 3-4, right for takeoff, and then we'll go direct to our first fix. And as you can tell, APU power is now off. Up here a little bit. All right, folks, so we got that long taxi. Our runway is right there. So again, this is the Rotate MD-11. We're Fort Worth Alliance Airport, not DFW, to Memphis. Then Memphis to Key West in the event tonight. Fort Worth traffic, FedEx 811 Heavy, taxiing to runway 34 right for departure. You will find Matt Air 1997, welcome aboard, and yes, it is finally here. We're actually in beta 2 of it already. So, quite a fiasco. But we have it, and I'll be honest, I read that boatload of what they updated, I can't make heads or tails, folks, of everything they did and what to be watching for. So, I just know things kind of look a little better here. We'll find out more once we're in flight, especially over towards Memphis. Oh, look at that. Wow. Just looking at the clouds. That was one of the big things they did an update on. While their weather was already really good for a default sim, they supposedly went in and improved it. So far, for those of you that know I love to tease them about this, no rain on the windshield yet. So, it's a clear visibility 10 plus miles, and it's raining on my windshield. Hasn't done it yet, folks. Thumbs up to X-Plane. We had some fun at their expense with that. All right, so we're getting to the end here. Let's get our takeoff checks ready to go and be ready for when I make that call. We're headed for the runway. Let's just hold right here, set the brakes, do our quick final checks. All right, so takeoff data one more time, checked. V1 146, rotating 163, V2 167. We should have about 1,200 feet of runway at the end. We'll see how that works out. Auto flight will turn on. EAD, do we have anything? No. Exterior lights will turn on. Hydraulic panel, auto. Air panel is auto. Cabins ready. Radar. Let's get that bad boy turned on. Now, whether it will show us anything, that is completely up to rotate. We're ready to go, folks. Fort Worth traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, departing 34 right. You're going to find, folks, I'm very brief. I don't believe in the long-winded, oh my gosh, I'm going to take 10 steps forward, then hang a right, take 24 steps to the left, sidestep, turn around, do-si-do, and then head to the runway. Folks, there are other people trying to get in, especially if you're at a place like JFK. We ran into that where they don't even know their route, and they're just reading and figuring it out as they're on the radio. Reminds me of a guy that drove a crash truck for me in Scott Air Force Base. Had to be on the radio. Once he's on, no one else gets on. I think you all know the types. I'm short, sweet, get off so someone else can make their announcement. Because I'll tell you right now, you're going to do that, I'll land right on top of you. All right, so we're here. All right, so let's make sure our lights are set. Strobes on, all lights on. Okay. Slots, everything's set. Here we go. Oh, not that one. That one we need. Here we go. Told you about it. What you do, folks. See that hand? Grab it, lift them up, it'll shut up. This part I don't like. I set it to full thrust, yet it takes forever for it to wind up. Rotate. get that gear coming up. All right, folks, we are on vectors. I'm going to hit the trim a little bit more. And FMC.
Stabilizer motion. Stabilizer motion.
Hang on, let me push over.
Stabilizer motion. Altitude.
It's a really weird system. I'm going to go ahead, get some flaps coming up here. Okay, after takeoff check, air panel set. Spoiler handle we can lower now. Brakes can go to off. Again, it's that hand, folks. We'll push you down.
Stabilizer motion.
And then
Stabilizer motion.
direct solve. Forward nav. Should be flaps up. Slats are moving.
Stabilizer motion.
And the slats are up. They tell you right here where you're at. And there you go, folks. We're airborne. Not too bad. Yeah, it's actually, it only took me about 5 minutes to update. Shall we? Welcome for your first chat in here. We are heading to FedEx Central in Memphis from Fort Worth Alliance. Welcome aboard. Thank you. And we are in the MD-11. Hopefully it won't blow your ears out. Oh, good, it did. X-Plane 12, by the way, folks. I love doing this. Hope you all are enjoying, and glad to have you aboard. If you would, smash that follow button if you like what you're seeing. We'd love to have you on future flights. But welcome aboard, folks. Off to Memphis we go. From Memphis, we hope, I'm pretty sure I'm really late to the party, but we're going to head down to Key West, and FedEx Express Virtual is headed to Key West. We did this flight once, oh my gosh, 4 or 5 years ago. Any plane you wanted. Ooh, doggy. Took the 777 down there and we landed. That's all I can tell you. And we didn't smoke up the brakes, as one would expect. But we are going to be flying to Zibo 737 today. However, we got to get to Memphis to start with in the MD-11. And this plane probably would not have been seen very often in the Fort Worth area. Maybe Dallas, itself at DFW, they actually did have a small contingent there, but more than likely this plane didn't walk itself into Fort Worth unless they had like a special load. The 57s, 67s, maybe the A300s would have been your prime aircraft for that regional hub. All right, so we are through 13,000. That means we can restore the lights. And continue on our way up. Hope you all enjoyed. A little longer on the ground than I'd hoped. We really don't fly this plane a whole bunch, but it really is not as daunting in this phase, in these phases of flight. It's the landing, I heard. That's where this plane became a challenge. Oh, sorry about that, folks. I found the switch I was looking for. There it is. Get the panel lights turned up here in the front, even though we shouldn't have to deal and worry about it. All right, let me just make sure. We need to come off back onto Unicon. All right, and then Kansas City Center is the only one at this time up. Yeah, okay. So, we're on our way. ETA is approximately 43 minutes, give or take. So let's make sure we turn on course here. I have sometimes a little doubt, so bear with me, folks. And are we at 18? Yes, we just crossed it. 2992. But again, I'm glad y'all are here. There's the turn. That's what I was hoping to see. Little bit about myself, since we've actually got a pretty good crowd today. I do actually have a private pilot's license. However, as an old fire chief once said, I haven't flown since 1986 on it. Yes, that, you know what that also means. That means I'm a little bit on the older aged. Just turned 59 here, so. I haven't flown mainly because it's so doggone expensive. I think those of you trying know that one more than anyone else. However, in about 1999-ish, 2000, now I already knew the flight sim was out there. I dabbled with it in the very first versions. But 98 or 2000, with Microsoft is when I entered the flight sim world. And from then on, I've been flying it ever since. I've had Flight Sim 2000, Flight Sim 2002, a century of flight. And in brackets, folks, to me, that was the best flight sim ever produced by Microsoft. Bear with me as I try to figure out what the plane is doing. And then I did FSX, and we all know the trials and tribulations with FSX. I actually finally got a good computer, doing a great job, loved it, didn't ever want to leave it. The moderator we have for the channel, Hawker125, kept telling me to try this thing called X-Plane. I love it. Well, eventually my computer itself would run out of memory, and now that was nothing on Microsoft or FSX. I've never seen it before, but it actually would not start back up because it was out of memory. New computer, decided to dabble with X-Plane before trying 2020. Never went to 2020, by the way. and loved X-Plane. Once I got past the little learning curve there is with all new flight sims, boy, this is one great sim. I can't speak enough volumes about that. Then you throw in Zibo and all of these phenomenal add-ons, most of which are free. Now, Rotate is not, Tolus is not, Flight Factor is not. Zibo is, and I find it better than PMDG. You be the judge in about an hour or so. So that's a little bit about me. I also started streaming right at about the same time, folks, and streamed just about every flight. So I hope you all enjoy. I'm glad you're here. And yes, I do love to teach what I'm doing to hope to help you if you pick up this plane and fly it. Many say specifically this plane is very difficult. Well, I'm here to tell you, if you think in your mind, if you're familiar enough with cockpits and you've flown a variety of aircraft, you're going to see a lot of similarity with Airbus. Now, whether McDonnell Douglas planned that or not, I have no idea. But you're going to find it very quickly. Let me just give you a quick example. Look at these keypad. See if I can get a better picture for you. Make sure she levels off. Very Airbus, minus this one, but I actually know one with it. Isn't that amazing? Also, up here, you're going to notice a lot of things where Airbus puts them. So if you can get that into your mind and use it to help you, you find this plane really not as daunting as you think. Now, you're flying a heavy aircraft, so guess what? You're going to have that problem. You just got to get over that. Lots of flights will help you with that. But I'm here to tell you, folks, this is really like flying an Airbus with only 3 engines. And we're flying the amazing Panda Express. All right, so there you have it, folks. This is the MD-11. I hope, again, you enjoyed it. We'll be in there in about 30-ish minutes or so. Sure, none of those errors. Oh, sorry, folks. All right, let's go to the performance page. Top of descent's 186 miles out, so we're going to have to get into it. All right, auto brakes. We'll just. You know what, we're just going to get it here. All right, so what I'm going to do is bring in, we're going to do a quick look at this arrival. Bear with me a second, I keep hitting the wrong buttons. All right, with charts, we can do this real easy. Oh, excuse me. All right, let me get over here to flights. Oh, great. Now 9's not being used. Why? All right, well, we're going to keep planned for runway 9, even though they technically are not. But what I've gone into here, folks, on charts, you can actually look at the ATIS for many of the different airports. So currently, we actually must have someone in VATSIM up They are planning 18 right and left for landings. They may tell me I got to switch. Hopefully they won't. Parallels in use and so forth. You can read all of that. So let's look at our arrival. Hobart. So we're going to come into El Dorado, go to Fay, Otis above 16,000 at 290, Hobart below 23,000, however at 280, and then Rocab at 10,000. So what I'm going to do, Hobart, Rocab. All right, should be fine. We'll see. We'll make sure it happens. That's the big thing. So I need 10,000 feet. So that's 25, 75, 85. Let's go with 95 miles from Rocab. Plus 28 plus 24 plus 71. So about halfway to Fay, we'll start our descent. All right, so let's go to the takeoff approach. We're going to be landing runway 9 unless told otherwise. So here's our numbers. VREF is going to be 157, 162 for approach. I may actually have to switch. And I'll tell you why. Oh, we're at 9,000 feet. We should be fine. Okay. The ILS for 9 is up to Buddy, Felix. Our frequencies we could run into, ILS would be 109.5, 93 degrees on approach, and 1,700 feet at Felix on the glide slope. Today we're looking at a decision altitude of 466, Perot 207 on the AGL, which is the radar altimeter. Okay, you can see all of that. Here's our descent, 2,000 down to 1,700. And we're planning about 1 minute and 37 seconds from Felix to our missed approach. 200.5. All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and dial in Memphis approach. 1258. All right, folks. And there's your arrival brief. Let's get charts out of here and okay, we're just over FORCK, so that means we're exiting our departure, headed to El Dorado VOR. Again, welcome in, folks, and I'm glad to have you aboard. You all have a great day. I will be right back. I just need to ask a question of my wife real quick. All right, folks, sorry about that. I ended up gaining a co-pilot while we were away. Our little granddaughter sitting here in my arms. What are we now? Almost 2 months old. Yeah, she's been poked and prodded quite a bit, so. But anyway, we're on our way. El Dorado is about 60 miles ahead, and then about 20 or 30 miles in between that we'll start down. So again, hope y'all enjoy. If you are liking the content, we'd sure love for you to hit that follow button. Follow us on to our next adventure. We're going to try. There she goes. All right, it's time for her to get some food. All right. Ooh, that was fun. Wish I had a camera and you could have all seen her, but you know, I may have to post a picture up on Discord one day. But anyway, we are trying this out while we're looking for a job. We were let loose from the airport we worked at. And so we're going to try full-time streaming while still looking for full-time work outside. So we sure would love to have you follow along. All right, so we're 48 miles out of El Dorado, and then we start the arrival. And again, welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We are so glad to have you aboard. All right, so looking everything over for our descent, the EAD and the system status we'll need to check. Go ahead and do that now. Systems looking good. EAD is right here, and there's nothing checklist-wise. Windshield anti-ice. Let me check that here real quick again. Yeah, we should be good. All right, let me look ahead here on FATSIM. It's like a pretty good turnout in Memphis. First one's getting away, a couple more getting ready. Couple coming in like me to join the party. So that's pretty cool. All right, so just looking on SimAware, folks, by the way. And by the way, the hockey stick marks the point where the system believes we should start our descent. And yes, that too is an Airbus thing. All right, folks. So let's get ready here. I'm going to go ahead and pull out of this a little. Okay, there's El Dorado, and then we'll begin our descent here soon. It's like about 20 miles. Let's see what the FMC. "39 miles, okay. Now this road cab manual, think of that, you guys with the Boeings, vectors. So 2,100 feet if they let us come in, otherwise I got to do a switch. All right, and how far out are we now? 25. I'm going to go ahead, set us up. $16,000. All right, we are starting down, folks. Big thing we got to watch is speed. Just remember, by the time we get to Otis, we need to make sure we're at 290. Then, folks, there's been a lot of talk about these at statements. A lot of pilots have been taking their own whatever they want it to be and not realizing that's what they're supposed to be at. Because that's what the controllers are planning, especially in the very busy airports. Extend some speed brakes. I have to admit, the clouds are actually a little nicer to look at out here. Nice flat layer, yeah. They look like that, folks. Awesome. Good timing. I see ASHOE is letting us know Memphis ground tower and approaches. We'll see if I get what I want. I'm pretty sure they're going to tell me the flying leap I got to make. Right. 290 is going to be our speed here. I got to start thinking about slowing us down after Bay. Oh, it is showing data. Never mind. For some reason, I didn't think it was showing data. Not the kind of data I'm expecting. Of course, you know. I wanted to tell me, yeah, we got you all the way in. No, just kidding. Let the fun be then. RL 14, I'm going to go ahead and start slow and seeing if we can. Think I had any more flaps. Alright, I am going to go ahead and set the speed. Worst case scenario, there it's starting to show signs of slowing up. Arc. I may go ahead and push for in the teens. Okay, folks, sorry it was a little quiet there, getting things set up for our little bit of our arrival. Not sure when they are going to want us on approach. frequency changing. Looks like it is gonna be there. It's 25.8 here shortly. 19. Okay, works for me. So now you can see how this is going to work for booty. We'll come up here either from Rocob direct booty, or they're going to make me have to go to 1.8. Maybe, no, not with the weather there. I was going to say maybe I can visual it, but pretty rough there. I gotta see something. I don't think I have to put any data in here. No, okay. All right, folks, let's get ready to bring this thing in. Hopefully pretty on the easy side. What's our altimeter? Hang on. 2978. You can wait a couple seconds. See your alpha. Memphis approach, FedEx 811 Heavy with you with Alpha inbound, requesting runway 9. FedEx 811 squawking ident. FedEx 811 heavy copies down to 5,000. We'll expect ILS for 9. Thank you. All right, every time you set the altitude, make sure you click with the arrow down, folks, to make sure it sets. Barely can read it. That's one of my big things. You can't get pop-out windows here. We're in a flight sim, but you know, I get those of you that want it as real as possible. Get it. Good luck reading it when you get to be 59 years old. All right, so we got tower set up and we got ground holding 21.9. But I have that same complaint on every, including Zibo, which again is one of the best aircraft out there. So that's one thing I don't like. I like that being able to read them.
Stabilizer motion.
FedEx 811 heavy copies heading 030 down to 3000. FedEx 811 heavy. Oh, of course. Just as I start typing it, it puts it in. I think I'm gonna need to step this thing up in its descent. FedEx 811 Heavy turning 2360, maintain 3000. I am definitely not liking how high we are on speed.
Altitude. Stabilizer motion. Stabilizer
Turning 060 here in a second. We're going to take over FedEx 811. FedEx 811, we copy. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's turning left for some silly reason. .360 rejoin FedEx 811. All right, we're taking over.
Autopilot. 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 Autopilot.
.110 joined a localizer FedEx 811.
2500.
We're getting back up to 3,000 and holding at 200. FedEx 811 understands, cleared for the approach, runway 9, ILS. $19.7 for FedEx 811. Thanks. And Memphis Tower, FedEx 811. We're trying to get on the localizer here for runway 9.
2500.
Continuing FedEx 811. Aha! Runway in sight.
Altitude.
Clear to land, runway 9, FedEx 811, gear down.
Altitude.
All right, let's straighten up and fly right now, guys. All right, we are on the ILS and the glide slope for runway 9.
1000. Approaching minimum.
Okay, we'll be landing. We are, for the most part, stable.
Minimum.
Too low flaps. Too low flaps. Too low flaps. Too low flaps. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink.
30, 20, 10.
exiting, second, exiting left here, we'll contact ground 21.9er. FedEx 811. Ground FedEx 811, we're off 9. We'll take any stand here at FedEx. Yeah, we'll go realistic. Depends. Doesn't matter. Oh, we copied that. That's the MD-11 spots now. Via Victor, we'll head over there. We'll be switching out for the flight to Key West after we're in the spot. Yeah, it's kind of going, I guess, better late than never. Cap. I happened to see FedEx 8 over there and went that way. Yeah, I just saw FedEx 8 was headed that way, and we'll just take one of these off to the right. Appreciate you. Is that for FedEx 811, the question? I'll be honest, I have no idea unless there was some rain here. Sometimes it'll show up with dust behind us. I have no idea. Me too, because I saw it too. I had to get in the cockpit real quick. Unless I found the smoke key, I'll have to look for that. All right, folks, we're going to get her shut down here. Yeah, I don't know where all that smoke started coming from, folks. We're out of reverse, just making sure. All right, let's see what we can do here to blow this plane. I mean, all right, radars and transponders off. Oh, what have we left with? Stave trim to 3. That's an easy one. It's funny, if the computer was doing it, you'd be hearing stave trim moving. Yeah, legal landing. All right, hopefully we'll have enough time here. Tail fuel's good after parking. Can't run the fuel switches just yet. Actually, we can. Let's just kill 2 of them. Okay, and let's see where we stand. Come on, get turned on. It's really weird. I don't know why the smoke. There we go. And the bleed. And down here to shut it down. All right, folks. What a great day so far. Got into Memphis here without too much problems. A little bit there on the approach. Getting her on, I had to hand fly it all the way in. This ought to be fun. I figured that was right up against it. All right, there we go. And all right, let's take a look at this real quick in Sim Toolkit. First off, before I do anything silly, file this. Log. Ooh, now why? Ooh, they got me at 846. I love how these programs. All right, real quick, let's get some toolkit in here, and then we're going to switch out for the other aircraft. And ground FedEx 811 will be back in a few minutes with the Zibo. All right, I wanted to do that real quick so we can make this switch off as painless as possible. All right, so real quick with this, folks, let's look over the metrics here. We're going to view details. An hour and 16-minute flight. We only went 380 miles, burned 10,000 kilograms of fuel, and we put 2 Gs on the plane landing. Ouch. Little bit hard of a bump. And I found that that seems to be why a lot of airlines weren't fond of this aircraft. Cargo loved them. Actually, they got them for a pretty cheap price. But the airlines that did jump on them really were disappointed in them. So, oh well. There was a video out there. Hawker told me it's no longer, as to why the airlines kind of scrapped them and the cargo companies gobbled them at unbelievable rates. But anyway, here's where we touched down. Not good. We took a few runway lights out. 62 feet off the center line. That's being, I think, generous. 550 feet down the runway. The ISP here at the airport I used to work at would have been very proud of that. Nah, they always crack me up. They'd land on the end and make the first turn off within the 1,000 feet. Really just loved it. Okay, 1,500 feet. But anyway, who's counting? Overall, not a bad thing. So we did fairly good. I'm going to go ahead and reset now. I would normally go through this with the rewind, but for now we're going to just swap out. Get these reset here. Bear with me as I pull up a new checklist, because this is going to be a little bit longer haul here. Getting things set up again. Where are you? All right, there we go. All right, bear with me here, folks. I'm going to go ahead and shut the sim down. I've turned FatSim off. I like to just shut the sim down, reset for the next flight. Doesn't take long at all, other than the fact it goes dark for a second. I know how to make that not happen. All right, there we go. Let me get the sim back up here. All right, there we go with that, and hopefully it'll be up here in a brief moment. All right, so like I said, this one is going to be flown with a Zibo. So you look for your Boeing 737-800X FedEx, and I actually have a couple of FedEx. I believe that's the one I want. We're in Memphis. 634 sounds good. Real time. And we're loading up. All right, so how are we going to do this? We're going to flight plan it real quick, and that way we can get going real quick. Show you how you can use some of these tools we have to get this going quicker. And while we wait on the 737 to load, I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom, as probably some of you. All right, I was kind of hoping to see a 737 cockpit when I got back. That's what I get for thinking. All right. It's trying. There we go. All right, let's take a quick look outside the cockpit. Oh, excuse me. Now, like I said, this is the 737-800. They don't have the winglets for FedEx. This is the Aerologic version. I think actually flies over in Europe. Don't quote me on that. Don't know a lot about them. I just know they're really cycling in. All right, so there you go, folks. 737 cockpit. Real quick, let's get the prelim set up and then we'll do it. So the battery is already on. If it wasn't, you wouldn't see any of this. Let's get up top here. Battery is on, standby power is on. Let's move this to ground power. And I'm going to hop up a little further. Go ahead and do a full alignment. Now, I moved this inside display selector to heading status. What it's going to show when we reactivate the INS, how many minutes to align. So, little something I learned from the PMDG days that I carry over to here. For some reason, I always go to 10 degrees flaps. I have no idea. I've tried everything possible. Everything possible fails. So I just get over it. Setting my cockpit lights. Some of you do, some of you don't. All right, so we're on ground still. Whoa, what the heck are we on over here? Hang on. Bear with me. I like having my guard channel up. All right, and that's all set right. We'll go and have some fun with this. Duluth Fly, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, sir. We sure appreciate you coming over here and enjoying some time with us. All right. Thank you for the follow, sir. Hey, welcome Inusuk. Welcome in, sir. Welcome to you. I haven't actually checked to see who's all hiding and lurking about out there. All right, so we've got all of that geared up. The only other thing is get our panel lights up here. I like to bring the circuit breakers, even though most of them aren't going to work. Trim air on, wrong way. And logo light. Just checking everything else out. We'll put the seatbelt sign on. All right, so next thing up, we'll check our overhead panel real quick. Okay, flight recorder works. The hardest things to hear. Passenger oxygen on, 3 green on the gear, oxygen looks good, EC's on, reversers, dome lights off, service interphone, ELT armed, and our devices work. Going to align. Now you see 7 minutes to getting aligned. Probably should have waited. We'll be okay. Then go to nav. Come down here. Cabin utilities are on, IFE's on, equipment and exhaust normal. Let's see, emergency lights armed, smoking lights lit. Today is an odd day, so I'll use the left. And okay, so we are in that process. Window heats are on, probe heats off, anti-ice off, engines and hydraulics are, engines are off, hydraulic, electric pumps on. And fuel pumps off. All right, so we're going to stop there. I'm going to come down here real quick and put in our init information only for the position. Here lies so. And then what I do is go to the next page, look at my GPS. Today we are an odd day. Odd days I use the left side, even days I use the right side. That's just something I heard. I kind of liked it when I heard it. It's stuck, and that's how I do it. Memphis to KEYW. Make sure I got the right one. EYW. Perfect. Now, will it matter? No, because we're going to be using the flight plan request here. Now, before flying with nerds tells me, I have not updated. They updated here just recently to 22. I'm still 21. And if you click this question mark, folks, it'll pull up what version you're on. And I got to do that again. All right. So, just so you know, this question mark is what brings that up, your sound pack and all of that good stuff. All right. Let's get this flight planned, shall we? Let's bring up Sim Toolkit. Actually, let me get a couple players in here, namely Sim Toolkit. All right, let's go to flight planning. Oh, that was wrong. Bear with me, folks. Flight planning. Advanced planner. We are at KMEM. Boom. Going to KEYW Key West. Boom. Tail number. November 737. Uh-oh. I need the tail number. Really thought I had, oh, 738. My bad, it was correct. Dummy. There we go. Okay, just putting in some information here. Actually going to go Lido because it's easier. Current time right here, 2031. Let's go 2125. Pounds advanced. Hopefully I don't have to repeat. I've had to do that so many times. All right, contingency 5%. I said 5%. Reserve fuel factor's good. Taxi time 20 minutes. Taxi in 10, if that. And that'll be all good. That'll be all good. And what the heck? Let's go with it. See what we get. Create a new plan. Let me just check it. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I hit the wrong button. Oh, hang on a second, folks. FX 811. Advanced. We go 5% and 45 and 20. Let's do 5 minutes instead. That's what I should have clicked, is right here, folks. All right, generate. Hang on a second, folks. All right, it just wanted me to log in. All right. Couple of things you all need to know. First off, since many of you have missed this part because of the ads running, we will post this to YouTube. Also, you can get rid of the ads simply by subscribing to the channel. That'll get rid of that too. But yeah, if you want to catch what you missed, head over to YouTube. All right, because that won't help you right now because you still would have missed it. All right, so here we go. We're going to be flying the BB King, KERMI, the HEVVN, to Karter, to the runway 9 approach at Key West. Fly now. Oh, we got us a nasty line of thunderstorms to fly over. All right, so here we go. Here's where we are right now with still a lot of traffic coming in. Let me file my flight plan. It didn't take that time. Oh, cracks me up. And let me get a block filled in here. Actually, 275 AKLP. I love that. FDX. I have to go in and check that. All right. Everything else look good? Yes. Go. Okay. We are planned. And going to go ahead and connect FedEx 811 in a B738. And we're in that one, and we're going to connect. All right, folks, we're back up on we'll just put that in there for now. All right, that'll keep things a little quiet till we're ready. All right, so there you go, folks. That is a planned flight. Now, to do Zibo, what I want to do, I know I still have, where Where's my screen? There we go. I still have this up. I want to show you a couple things. To fly the Zibo, get rid of that. Bring a sim brief. Really? Stand by, folks. There we go. Sorry about that. It had me log in yet again. All right, so 2405, that was released, folks. If you're out there subbing and paying, yeah, we're going to show one more thing here, and we're going to get rid of that. Thanks, Duluth. So let's go in here. So if you're flying Zibo, here's where Zibo, I think, exceeds most of the other ones. I think you'll find. Go up here to Flight Plan Downloads. Now, we're finding that if you use the SimBrief downloader, it really helps. But you're going to come all the way down here, and you're going to just download the Zibo file. Okay? Place it where the little question mark tells you to. Output, FMS, just like your normal stuff. And then you'll be ready to be on the little bit on the wow side. Okay, let me get that, and get that. All right, so let's head over to the EFB, shall we? Okay, just checking a couple things. Airside services, status not active. But if you click this, click your load plan. Ooh, that can't be right. That's our flight here. What? Hang on a second. Oh, I know why. I didn't load it. Let me try that. I saw it and thought it loaded and just wasn't thinking, folks. My bad. Now let's go to airside, because I was like, that's the flight we just flew. Load OFP. Hey, that looks better. 400 pounds of cargo, 130 pounds. I'm just doing a quick check here. Memphis to Key West. We're looking at 139 and 18,000. That is our flight. We'll activate, and it does everything from here. All right, so let's continue on while it does its work. And you can check the status by going here, and it'll show you where. And it's refueling now. It'll tell you where you are in the cargo and the packs load. Now, granted, it's a cargo plane, yes, but they don't have the 737 freighter, 800 freighter, I should say, loaded. Okay. So continuing on to up here, the probe heat's on. Anti-ice engines are there. Okay, we're all good. We're looking at a flight level of 370. And a landing altitude . Three whopping feet. So we'll go with 0. All right. Okay, so fuel pumps are all off, and the trim air, the isolation valve, the engine bleeds are on, and they are. And as soon as we're done fueling, we'll kick on the APU. All right, let's head down here. Hit flight plan request. Load it. Activate it. Execute. $18 right. So we got a little bit. Well, actually, we're pretty close to that runway. It ain't going to be too bad. Alternate for today is Miami. All right, now let's just go to legs. Look it over real quick. So we're going to come off, go to ribs, Henry, waltz, and we'll step through here in a minute. Let's go to departure, BB King. Actually, let's double check KERMI, execute. Oh, I want KERMI, execute. All right, again, BB King. Let's first off set in this plan. Okay, just checking our route. Step. Okay, over to KERMI. Heaven. Heaven's down near Florida, oh, out in the bay. And then we're headed to Karter. Oop, 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 oop. Okay, departure arrival. Runway. I believe it's going to be 9110. Yep. And that looks good. Well, RNAV to runway 9. Let's see here. Okay, that all looks good. We're going out to Goosel. All right, looks good. All right, so the flight plan is loaded. I'll leave it on that routing, and we'll go back to where we are.
Ground to flight deck, fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
All right, we are good to go, as he says. All right, from here we need to do our performance page. So let's go back to route. Perfect. Request. And like the other one, it's going to ask you to load it. And it may ask for an activate or an execute, one of the two. In my case, it didn't do either. Okay, I'm going to bring in charts real quick here. Go to our flight plan, and we're going to put 6.5. For the reserve. And everything, and we're planning three seven zero. All right, and then it'll come back and it's going to refresh a little bit here, and we're good to go. All right, now for Top Cat, my fun program, because I'm gonna need it for the KMEM. Just go KAFW. I have it loaded, folks, but I'm just not gonna use it here, other than come on, SIP toolkit.
Guys, the wheel's on board.
$130. $139. Okay. Fuel for the loadout is, where are you? 18,598. And 500 for the 20 minutes of taxi. En route 11201. Okay, let's go to takeoff update. 18 right. Winds calm. Compute. All right, so we're looking at, folks. We'll derate to 35 degrees. We'll expect a 149, 149, and so forth. So, there it is. So what we do, we just follow along. Take off 2. Nerd with wings. Now that I will never be able to tell you anymore because I don't use PMDG. But that was, if you do run into troubles, folks, click the menu button for 3 seconds. That'll reset your FMS completely to where you have to re-enter all your data. So be careful if you try this out. All right, so what we're doing here, folks, is we got TO2. There's TO2. There's our select altitude, which was 35. Again, we're just making those engines not max out and give it enough power to climb, take off, and all that good stuff. Climb is going to be set at 2. And if you notice, 92.1 is what they're saying. N1 will be 91.6. Pretty close. Go to takeoff. Click your CG. Then I go to the next page. We're calm on the winds, so I don't need to put the winds in. However, the runway slope right here is a U in this airplane, 0.4. Again, slash. Now we need the heading of 180. Just a little more realism in the plane, and we're on a dry runway. Obviously, if we were wet or whatever, you use the appropriate. We're selecting 35. We're going with 25. And next page. Flaps uno. There's our trim. 149, 149, 153. They call 154. And there you have it. We'll have, if everything works like it, you know, power-wise and all, we would only have 360 feet of runway at the end. Going to go ahead and put this one on legs. This one stays here. We're going to back off, put, first off, 149, 149, 153, turn those QRHs off and set the speed. And I do not know if we're going to get a restriction, so let's get charts back in here real quick. Look at that departure a little closer. Where is charts? There it is. All right, let's look at BB King. Great musician. All right, so looking at directions, top altitude of 5,000. Let's go ahead and set it. We're going to go to Ribs, Wallace, Leo, BB King, KERMI. Okay, one of these we're going to be using. I'm hoping the right one. They may throw us to the left. Who knows? Because of how close we are. And if they do, still 180, direct ribs. So, all right, so there you have that. Charts out of here. Finishing up the checks. We're just about ready to go, folks. APU needs to come on. Here it comes. Maybe. I'm waiting for the needles to rise. There it goes. All right, folks. And once we have the APU up, let's get our altimeter set while it's doing its thing. 299 Uno. And we'll get our minimums. All right, let's see how we're doing up here. On lead. APU. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Looks good. All right, so now we're looking for flight directors. Okay, we're all good to go. Sounds like the main door just closed. Sure did, folks. Okay.
Boarding is now complete. Flight attendants prepare the cabins. Verify arm door standby for all calls.
Speed brakes down, flaps up. And 0 and 0.
Captain, give us a ring if you need anything.
How about that, folks? We're ready to go when they were. Y'all damper on. Alright, let's get on here and get us up and going. How was that, folks? Not bad, I think. Probably one of the quicker turns we've done. Just need to do a little reset here. Oh, looks like we lost approach. Where am I? There I am. Okay. And we lost ATIS. Alright, so I'm going to switch over to ground here. $19.7. That way I'm ready there. And let's get going. Are you serious? Memphis ground, FedEx 811, request clearance to Key West as filed. FedEx 811's ready to copy. All right, FedEx 811 cleared BB King 7 to KERMI. Initial climb 5,000, 37,000, 10 minutes after. Squawk 1510, no departure. Roger, 36 center, FedEx 811. Yippee-ki-yay. All right, we're going to have to for FedEx 811, we're 18 south or center now, south departure. Not a problem, FedEx 811. Fun days here, folks. All right, System B. All right. Packs. Can't remember if he said I had to call for push.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Won't hurt to do it anyway.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, we're all set up there.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
And ground FedEx 811, I forgot if you said to or not. Are we cleared to push? Roger, we'll call for taxi FedEx 811.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Just did it again, folks.
This is 79 go down.
Well, welcome in, Bad Attitude. Just caught us getting ready to push it out of here. Hang on just a second, getting things set up here. So when I hit start, it has something to pick up and work off of. Okay. Downlink. All right, we got an airplane showing. All right, pushing back.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Okay, with the Zibo, like all 737s, got to make sure you turn the packs off. Iowa Scotsman, you're not hearing the ATC? Uh-oh. So I'm hearing them clear as day. Let me... Oh, you know what? I don't have my sounds up. Okay.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, we got that engine cranking. Let's get number 1 up and going.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Just checking things here real quick, folks. Okay, engine's up and running. There we go. Okay, and let me just go through. Now we need to... Alright, and probe heat on. And to ground FedEx 811 ready to taxi from FedEx. Oh. Sorry about that, forgot. Why are we not hearing ATC? I will work on that here in a second. And ground FedEx 811, we got 1510 in the box. And ground FedEx 811, 1510 in the box, ready to taxi. FedEx 811 copies, taxi to 18 Charlie, via Charlie 7 cross 9 or 27. FedEx 811. Okay, before we get moving, we'll go Sierra to Bravo, cross 27, FedEx 811. Yeah, you're hearing double because I was listening on my laptop to see if I was getting out on ATC. I hear ATC, but I don't know why it's not coming through here. Very interesting. Where's my taxi map? Sierra Bravo. Got it. Groundies. And ground FedEx 811 will be ready to go at the runway. .7 FedEx 811. Hang on, because we don't have a departure that I know of. And tower FedEx 811 will be ready to go at the runway. Oh wait, turbulence. Roger, holding short, 18 center, here on Bravo. See anything heavy. That's just me. We're okay. Alright folks, you know I haven't said it in a while. Thanks for being with us today from Fort Worth over to Memphis and now Memphis down to Key West for the FedEx event going on today. Line up and wait, 18 center, FedEx 811. FedEx 811, RNAV to ribs, clear for takeoff 18 center. FedEx 811. Alright, here we go, folks. Course planned from 18 right, got a longer runway. V1.
V1. Positive rate.
Yeah, FedEx 811 copies. Thanks for
1000.
the ATC. Y'all have a great day. Flaps up. Off on here. Clock is running. Parking brake P2. Okay, auto brakes off. Engine starts. Landing lights at 10,000. And we're now cleared. I think it's 37. I'll double check. It's 37. Alright folks, there you have it. We're out of Memphis, headed for Key West. As far south it, well, you know, it used to be, standing joke, the furthest south you can go without speaking Spanish. Well, usually that's right next door. Anyway, but anyway, we are on our way. Get a look at these clouds now that we're in nice and tight with them. See, they are still looking amazing. And again, this is X-Plane 12.1.0 beta 2 or whatever. Stand by. Yeah, 12.1.0.beta 2. All right, and we don't have the latest Zibo, and sometimes that is the hardest thing to get, folks, because they change so quick. Uh-oh, got a runway change there. Yeah, they're landing and departing 9. Don't know why it says, oh, there we go. I don't know why it all of a sudden said it wasn't. Very interesting. there's 10,000. All right, we're on our way. And we got some traffic inbound. Looks like one inbound to Memphis there. 29, just under 30. Keep an eyeball out for him. And we'll continue our climb to fly level 3. 7-0. So I hope y'all are having had a great work week. I didn't click on that. All right, let's take a look at what we got ATC wise. Looks like, and wouldn't you know, Atlanta and Jacksonville came up. The two you can always count on when you're headed that way. I lost where I'm at. All right, folks. Well, I hope you enjoyed the departure. That was actually pretty decent timing-wise. Normally, the flight attendants get done and they're waiting on me. Today, we were waiting on them. That's how it's supposed to be, so I've been told. So, good deal, folks. And we are en route currently, looking at about an hour and 48 minutes. I missed something here. Let me get back in the chat here and see what all I missed. Definitely worth the wait. All right, yeah, I wish I knew what was going on with our VATSIM talking about, 12.1.0, yeah. Yeah, that, so far I have flattened, we flew the MD-11, although we had lots of troubles. Again, I don't get it, why some of these planes automatically bank. You're only turning 30 degrees and it goes the other way. I just don't get it. But it was what it was. But it looked ugly, but we got her back on course and headed for the runway. Now we're headed to KERMI. Hey ho. Frog. And for those that don't watch the Muppets, you have no idea what that was. And another bad imitation. All right, so we are climbing away, folks. 20,000 feet ahead. Wing lights are off. Oops, forgot to turn on my hydraulics on. And technically, folks, this is how long it would have taken if we'd have gone by our clearance, 5,000, 10 minutes after departure, cleared to flight level 370. We're about to KERMI. Now, granted, we're also a little faster than what we would have been, but you get the drift. It's a significant amount of distance. Usually they get you going a lot quicker. But there are some airspaces they can. Really wish I knew what caused us not to hear on FATS. We have a very stubborn, nearly 2-month-old that just does not want to sleep. I'm watching you. But anyway, it's always great. You know what? This go around, I think we'll put a little bit of music in the background, turn it down. Sorry for no warning on that one, folks. Woo. Ouch. Let me try turning that down a little. All right, let me take a look down here. Transmit, receive. We all heard them quite nicely. I did. Let me rephrase that. Wait. Oh, there's Atlanta. They're 132,975. I was going to say it's too early in the evening for them to be going down. Yeah, just after top climb, we should be getting called. All right. All right, let's get the heading set up here, 145. And the reason I try to keep this close to course, folks, every now and then you end up all of a sudden, well, like I did into Memphis. It went left instead of right. Why? This way I could immediately click heading select, and it should have gone to the right. It was lost. But anyway, that's why I do it. If something's screwed up here in the flight plan, or like I just changed approaches, and it goes back to where it starts, I can get right back on course and then get me going direct where I need to. All right, so 32,000, folks, for 37. Hope you all had a great week. Have a great weekend planned. Just be safe. We'd love to see you come next week. I've got some things I got to take care of tomorrow. Sunday, we'll see if we can come up or not. Not sure about it, but we'll see how Monday looks. So welcome in. And, you know, we had a request. And I'm going to give the experiment, as one streamer put a couple of years ago, to the test, being a full-time streamer, while looking for another job. And see how that works out for us. With numbers, though, like this in my stats, it makes me very skeptical, but you know, the Lord works in mysterious ways we never know. So we'll give it our best shot while still looking. All right, folks, we got just under an hour and 20 minutes to Key West. A lot of traffic starting to show up here. One behind us, two ahead of us, and who knows where we'll end up. Oh, we got tower down in Key West. Currently 110 landing runway 9. All right. Not sure where we're going to park all these aircraft, but you know, hey, we worry about that when we get there. All right, so we're on the tail end of this, folks. We kind of knew we would be coming out of Dallas, taking the MD-11 to Memphis, and then hooking on to this event that goes south to Key West with FedEx. So, and like I said, coming out of Fort Worth, we actually did this one other time. I can't remember if it was directly Memphis to there or if we could pick our departure points. But there was, you know, this was set up so that we'd fly 737s down there. Back then, MD-11s, Airbus 300s, which probably could do it. And I came in the 777. And by the way, folks, in case you're curious, it's a 5,076 foot long runway. I got it stopped. Now, granted, I was like 120, if that, on landing. So I was really slowed up for the touchdown. And I'm here to tell you, 5,000 feet goes quick in a 777. Kind of wanting to do the same thing lately. You know, it's kind of fun, and both Flight Factor and I've heard PMDG are who's going to be first to put the 777 on the market. It'll be interesting to see, especially since there's a new sim for that side of the house on the market coming. But yeah, it was kind of fun bringing the 777 in. But if you get a chance, folks, Key West is a fun place. A couple weeks ago, you watched me fly in with Southwest. Perfect for the 737. A little short. I haven't tried coming out of there yet. But we got the 777 out of there back to Memphis, I think. Or did I take it to Miami? Anyway, that's so long ago. Doesn't matter. Whoa. Look at the radar, folks. We're 80, range of 80, folks. Look at this. Holy mackerel. Okay, we've leveled off. Get some things squared away up here for the few FedEx people with us. And look at that. We are showing really nicely here. I'm on weather. Holy mackerel. Ah. Yeah. I'm like, at least it's some income, and being an affiliate. Now the hard part, driving people to the channel. That I've always had trouble with. But I am like really impressed with this cell over here, folks. Holy Toledo. That is the best radar return to date that I've seen on here. Usually they look like this. Darker greens, lighter greens, and all to tell you. That's the first red I've seen. That is dynamite. X-Plane 12.1.0 beta something. Wow. My guess is all of this right here is that. And that actually looks, I mean, it's not a perfect by any stretch of the imagination looking cells, but wow. On radar, it looks good. And folks, if you would like to join in this flight, you don't have to be with FedEx. Pick a flight out of Atlanta. We're going, matter of fact, why have I not been pinged by them? Interesting. I just realized that. I'm like well past top of climb. Huh. I guess I ought to head over, huh? Atlanta Center, FedEx 811 with you. We're level 37,000. FedEx 811 will maintain. Oh. Hate when it does that, folks. That was my bad. FedEx 811 copies. Maintain flight level 370. Wow, that really looks good, folks. So you all can see. All right, let's see what the progress page looks like. Fuel quantity when we get. We're going to be a little low on fuel. Not bad. We can still make. Next will be Jack's 35,925. Just looking in here, I'm going to go ahead and put this up here too. Why not? That radar just, wow, kudos to Zibo. That's the best it's ever been. I wish the rest would look like that. I hope they do. We'll find out. More flights to go. So not today. This will be the last one. Um, yeah, we'll see. You never know. Wow, that just is incredible. Gives you an idea of what we're getting ready to fly into. Oh, Nashville. My bad. Why don't I see this guy? I always forget. Nashville is like the top end of their coverage. But look at this, folks. Wow. A lot of storms. Coming in through southern Georgia into northern panhandle of Florida. Woo! And there's a pretty big cluster. Where's this guy at? I'm just trying to get a lay of where things are here. Wow. Just amazing, folks. And then to see it right here. Oh, you guys didn't see that. Doggone it. Shame on me. Look at that cluster. Well, now you can't. But anyway, let me try a different thing. I'm going to go a different route. Show off some stuff here. You can see that bright red just under here on the nav display. This is why I like to pull them out. Let me pull that up. That weather. Wow. There you go, folks. That I have not seen in Zibo, either the the updates that have been going on right now. Oh, wait. Either this update or the update to X-Plane is what's brought that to us. Wow. I mean, let's just say it. Wow. Okay, I'll keep saying it. So, Let's keep go. Wow, that's just amazing. And it looks like it's beginning to deteriorate. That is just, oh my goodness. Reminiscent of the days when I had active sky back with a century of flight. Through the clouds. Man. Okay. Did I update Zibo? No, I think you told me they're up to 22. I haven't checked. And I'll get it updated. You know, as soon as... Oh, dang it. It won't let me do it on this page. Still at 0.21 there, nerd with wings. Man. Either one of two things or both happened. When we went to XP12.1, the weather radars just exploded, or Zibo's newest updates from 0.20 through, I think you said 0.22 today released, have brought us this kind of radar, or both, and it is phenomenal. And I told you we were going to talk about something on here. It is this lovely little camera unit. Now, granted, on a cargo plane, you know, those cargo boxes really get rowdy back there, so you can kind of watch them. However, more meant for passenger service. And I can view who's at my door. If I was in, here's my door. Here's the lav. One of the galleys, the other one. Now I can switch it to look right, which would be the service door if I'm thinking right. And then to the left, the way people come on the plane. That is just great. All right, we're 41 minutes in. We're now an hour out. I hope you all have enjoyed. Again, we started the day off in Fort Worth, went to Memphis. We're going to head down, soak some rays in Key West. Look on the bright side. Hurricane season's right around the corner. But a lot of great places if you want to join in for the arrival. Atlanta, Jacksonville, Destin, Tampa, Orlando, Sanford. And by the time you're airborne, we should be in the vicinity. We're already past Atlanta, but... And of course, the Miami area airports. Oh, we're about to go to Jacksonville. I just can't get over that radar. Oh. I don't remember the radar looking like this, Nerd with Wings. So I don't know what the old version I really didn't like. Oh man. Well, you know, it's how I always say it, to each their own. We all have our preferences. All right, let's get in here. I know we're getting ready to be handed off. Let me try that. Are you all hearing anything? All right, now I see that we should be coming out of the break here in a moment. So hopefully we'll get the handoff and we'll be able to hear it. One 135.92 FedEx 811. Thanks. Jack Center, FedEx 811, checking in, flight level 370. Yeah, I got that in USIC. Really curious what caused that. Next time, I'm not going to shut it down. I shut it down in between flights, and I wonder if that had something to do with it. Very frustrated. Oh well, we'll deal with that and figure it out. so far, really not a busy area. I'm not sure if there's a Friday night ops tonight, and if so, where? Probably right where I am. No. Let's see if there's, well, it's like always, the West Coast. Really not seeing a heavy concentration of aircraft just yet. I think we're still kind of early. All right, so it's looking like it might actually be down around the south of, oh, there's a Concorde departing South America. I'm actually not seeing a lot of traffic down there either. Huh. Oh well. I'm sure you all will find a place to gather. All right, we're somewhere up here by Dothan. Okay, there we are. And all right, so let's kind of take a look at what are we gonna do when we get oh. Oh boy. I think I'm starting to find some of the problem here, folks. I may have to do this offline. Have to assign a track to it. Okay, hang on. Let's. Are you? I'm just scared what I do may kill it on the sim. Got awful quiet. Jacksonville Center, FedEx 811 with a radio check. Copy, sir. Thanks. I'm streaming, just having troubles, just making sure it didn't kill this. All right. Well, we'll deal with it on the ground, figure out what it's not capturing and all of that. Well, it's no longer yellow down here. Hopefully that is a good thing. Wow. All of that just to hopefully. All right, so we're 47 minutes out. I promised y'all we'd go see what we're doing here. All right, let me just get rid of that for now. So here we go, folks. Let's look down here. First off, we'll look at the radar. We're flying out of the storm, so that's good. The sim sounds are because I turned them down with the music. They're Iowa Scotsmen, so that's why they're turned down. I didn't want to overkill it. Okay, so you can see we're flying out of it right now. We're about ready to come across HEVVN. Next will be Karter. So there you go, Karter to Sting. Now, once we get, let me get this back up here. All right, so once we get down here, we're going to shoot the RNAV approach onto 9. Looks a little like this. Hey, look, common traffic frequency is 118.2. Here's the weather. And translated for those who may not be as METAR savvy as some of us. So that way what you're reading up here makes sense to you. But anyway, we're flying in. ATIS is 19675. Key West approach. Miami Center when approach is not up. Tower or common traffic is 118.2. Ground will be 121.9. All of that is if they're up. CTAF will be what we're using to land with, unless we have ATC. And again, folks, that's a VATSIM policy now. Granted, they're testing, and I know some of you are testing them by not using it. So you can use, your 122.8, but a lot of us are not going to hear you because we're on that CTAF. And I know the next response is going to be, well, we don't know how to find it. Okay, well, you can look at a chart and find it. Or simply in your client. Whew. There we go. It's loud in my ears. I wish you guys could hear it. You could type in the chat box .ctaf space and whatever airport you're going to, ICAO. Okay, that'll give it to you as well. .ctaf space ICAO code for your airport. Now, ICAO means the international code, 4 letters, maybe numbers included, but that's how you find it. All right, so we're on a RNAV, so we don't have a frequency to tune in. Final approach will be 93 degrees, Busby 1,500 feet, and that's 1,497 feet above the ground. Folks, there's only 3 feet above sea level. All right, LPV DA is 253. So 253 is our decision altitude using the altimeter here. If we're using radar, it'll be 250. -3. Here's your missed approach out to Ukal. Some other things about it. When the WASP VNAV NOTAM service is now provided, runway 9. Okay, that's helicopters. And there's pilot controlled lighting here. So hang on, the boss has something to say to me that doesn't look good. So stand by. Ooh, that was a very important question. Dinner. All right, let me just line that up. All right, so we're coming in from Sting 1. So procedure not authorized by Victor 225. Not a problem, we're coming in southbound. Okay, come down to Cheats. That's our initial approach fix. Down to Atnaw, that's our initial fix, and then Busby's our final, which is 4.5 from the runway. For our approach today, I'm just gonna really quickly look for it. Ooh, yeah, hang on a second. Why is that AFW? That's because I did not change it. We're going to come in flaps 40. I can hear y'all going, oh, yeah. And I'm going to try auto 3, but I am not thinking that's going to work. Nope, we're going max brakes. auto max will leave us 500 feet if everything's flown right. Our approach speed will be 147, landing 138. All right, I'll show you how we got that here in a second. All right, so let's go back to charts. So we're going to be right here at about 150-ish, so let's call it 800 feet a minute. That's what we'll have to do down the glide slope if we do not get a glide slope on this LPV. I'll be honest, I really don't know how to set up for a LPV GPS approach. So more than likely, we'll be just winging it. Oh, wait a minute. That's how Flying with Mike always does things. Okay. And we don't have a time for how long this will take. So here's what our minimums on the meet are if we have...
Dive.
All right, so if we were coming into bad weather, folks, we would have to have at least 250 feet AGL. That's what a METAR reads, folks, on your clouds, broken or overcast. If you have one of those two, they have to be higher. In this case, it'll be 300. They're usually in hundreds because it'll be 002, 003. There is no 0025. So 300, and we need a mile. And Duluth, what did we do here? A dive. Thank you, sir, for redeeming some channel points there. And that, folks, is our approach. I'm getting hit with ATC. I know you all aren't hearing it. So, it's kind of hard on my end. But anyway, so that gives you an idea of what we're flying here. Once we get on the ground, the cool thing is we're getting off probably at Alpha 4, maybe Alpha 3. And we'll find a spot somewhere on the ramp. And we're getting close to the handoff, folks, to where we may go to Unicom. All right, so let's get rid of charts. And let's continue on.
If you want to refile, you can. I haven't amended it or anything.
I had Ent, is that one of them?
Yes, till 2499 cleared to Atlanta via radar vectors Ent as filed. Climb maintain 3000 and squawk 0723.
Alright, Delta 99 2499, clear to Hartsfield Airport, radar vectors as filed 3000 and initially and 0723 squad.
Bell 2499, run back correct, 122.014, gust 25, altimeter 29er79er, expect 17, advisory for taxi.
Okay, we'll expect 17 and we'll call you ready, taxi Delta 2499.
South 1106, Washington's offline radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Center for Delta 2499, go take 26, give cleanse.
Bell 2499, affirm, expect 26.
2499, thanks.
Jackson Air 983, Sierra Juliet, cancel IFR, please. 93, Sierra Juliet, IFR, cancellation received, have a good night. Yeah.
We got a little ways to go still, folks, but we're heading our way.
Frontier 1682, flyer now heading runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Oh well, we'll try and figure out this X-Pilot yet one day.
Jacksonville, Skyhawk 7776 Golf, holding short of 25 at Bravo.
76 Golf, on course approved, 130 at 6, runway 25, clear for takeoff.
Runway 25, clear for takeoff, 76 Golf.
And I just want to say, folks, welcome aboard. Hope you all have enjoyed the day of flying. We've been at it now for a good little over 5 hours, and we still got a good 30 minutes into. Oh, you can hear ATC now. Nice. So whatever I did magically worked. We'll give that one to the good Lord. That's awesome. I really don't want to run with X-Pilot having to show on all my flights, but that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Alright, so Karts is 200 miles away, and we will be into our descent, I believe, by then. I'm going to Alright, so our minimum descent is 3,000 to Chet's, 1,500 to Atnall.
Frontier 1682, radar contact, clear direct LD, climb maintain level 370, say altitude.
Alright, let me see something here. I'm trying to figure out when to make my descent call.
Roger, climb maintain flight level 370. Romeo 32, Echo Charlie, November, lead Meyer Space Radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Copy, frequency change approved. Thank you for the traffic. Romeo 32,
Awesome.
Echo Charlie, November.
I hear it too now.
Yeah, FedEx 811, Miami's offline radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
I think that was me.
76 Golf, radar contact, altitude.
Say again, 76 Golf.
You are radar contact, say altitude.
Altitude currently approximately 2,700.
Karter.
Jack Center, FedEx 811, was that handoff to Unicom for me?
FedEx 811, affirmative, monitor Unicom 122.8.
Roger, over to 122.8. Thanks for the ATC. See ya.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
All right. We're on Unicom, so things will be somewhat quieter. I am going to work on some frequencies here to help us out down here. This, by the way, is your ADFs if you all were curious. So let's see here. Now, granted, folks, there are no, there isn't a frequency to tune in for this approach. However, Key West does have a VOR we can tune in. So that's what I'm working on right now. Key West also has Fishhook and NDB, which is 332. Okay, where the heck is Key West's VOR? There it is. Oh, it's over at the Naval Air Station. Okay, 13.1. No. There it is, 13.5. Oh, what the heck? Let's dial it in. All right, and probably we'll go with Cypress as well. 1086. All right, and let's see how that all works out. And we're not in range of any of them yet. 13.5. All right, we're planning to come in on the 9. Okay, I don't see any fixes. Okay, I'm just working out some frequencies. Oh. There we go. Got a echoing because I'm... There we go. What have we got? Actually, type .ctaf KEYW in the command bar. On your ATC client, you will get the frequency for Key West. That is correct, Mr. Fly. Duluth, that is Fly. Now, you want to see another way to get it, a little bit more complicated. You can pull up your sectional charts on SkyVector, find the information for Key West Airport, which can be difficult, especially there because a lot of island airports. Anyway, what's your the heck? There we go. Once you find not Key West, there's International. Look for the C 118.2. Let's see if that's what comes up. .2. So you can actually find it on the sectionals, folks, and you can get those at SkyVector. They're free. You may actually have to go to the specific sectional because, oh, I know what I did. Yeah, it is on the World VFR. I was on the low chart. That's why I couldn't find it. All right, so we're 58. Let's see, we're coming down from 37, 35. Oh boy, this is too much math for my head at this stage. 35, 105, call it 115 miles out of, so 50, we'll call it 60 miles from Karter. We'll start our descent. So let's get into it. Let's clear. And what we're going to do is pull up our METAR right here. AOC, request weather KEYW. Send. I don't remember if it says here or if I got to go back. Ah, there's the message. So as of 21:53 Zulu. "46 minutes ago, folks. Still got that south or southeast wind, 10 knots, 10 miles of visibility, clear. It's Florida, folks. It's beautiful weather down there, 90 degrees, and just absolutely a gorgeous day. And so you all can see it. I believe this will work on mine. And I'm going to do a predict. Ah! All right, well, that didn't work. Well. All right, well, I got top of descent staring me down here, so let's get back to the menu, back to legs, back to progress. 74 miles. Yeah, there's a couple of ways to get that CTAP, but for VATSIM purposes, folks, since it is a trial, only VAT USA. So if you fly in Europe, South America, Mexico, Canada, doesn't apply. So, and if you have ATC. So if, say, Miami comes up, center, well, they'll be controlling us all the way down. Now, they may say switch to CTAF, whatever it was, 118 to whatever it was, as we turn for the runway cleared, report back when on the ground. That they could do. Most of them won't. Actually had one kind of do that for takeoff, and it kind of threw me. But you know, that's their job to throw pilots, just like we're supposed to throw them off their game. Didn't you see that in your pilot contract when you signed on with VATSIM? Your job is to throw off the controller. Their job's to throw you off your game. Just kidding. But anyway, sometimes feels like that out there, folks. All right, we're starting to pick up frequencies here. Key West is in. Why don't we set Key West? Did we say the final approach would be 93? Just coming down the coast, folks. Coming down the coast. Just another beautiful Florida day. All right, and there's Cyprus, folks, which is Naples. So Karter will be oh, that's off Fort. What is that off of? Fort Myers? Huh, okay. And then I want to go. Whoop, I want to go home. 169. All right, and where that hits should be Karter. And then Karter comes off Key West 13.5. How about that? All right, we're 20 miles from top of descent. We're going to go down to 3,000. All right, I don't know how many are familiar with Boeing aircraft in general. The way to make a plane in Boeing descend on the autopilot, there's a couple of ways to do this. All right, now we could use the FMC, or we can use the control panel here, the autopilot panel. Okay, to use the FMC, just going to zoom it in, folks. Okay, now if you have all three buttons, it's pretty simple. Go to descent. If you're in another country and you need to change the transition level, go to forecast. And you can do that up here. And then request your winds. It's going to ask you to load them here in a second. I don't know if there's an execute. And there's your descent winds. Anyway, then you just hit execute. But if you go to descent, you can just click descent now. Now, if this says VNAV, click VNAV, next page to whatever it takes to get to descent. Same stuff. All right. Now, the other way, and of course, this all has to happen before top of descent if you're going to do it. If you just let it go to top of descent, it's going to go down on its own. Airbus, it won't do that for the most part. Okay. Now, up here, you can click altitude intervene. And that will basically, you now control it. Now, it's going to come down however the FMC tells it to. So, and whatever the avionics in the real plane are, but it's going to come down to meet those constraints as you come down. Ugh. So that's how you can do your descents. Or, you know, just be that guy, click VS, dial your numbers, and start your descent. I like that. See, this one did it on its own. It just started its descent. I let it do it, by the way. Now it'll say to end/D, end of descent. 118 miles, about right. Okay, very simple stuff, folks, but confusing. Like if, you know, if we were back, say, 30 miles, and all of a sudden center said, need you to descend to flight level, blah, 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 blah. You dial in blah, 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 blah. And yes, you can put that in this box right here. Hit altitude intervene and the plane starts down to it. He can't get mad at you too much. Oh, he'll find a way to still get mad if he wants. But you've done your part. So. All right, and you can see we are coming down. Now, in Boeing, that is your descent where you are on the forecasted glide path to reach, in this case, 3,000 feet. Okay, you want that right around here. You have another one right here, and you want that in the vicinity of here, and it's telling you how much it's off. So we're doing great. And then your RNP information's right here. So everything's set up to shoot this approach. We just got to get to it. However, we have a couple of checklist items to attend to. All right, so we've got the center. Let's check our fuel tanks. I'm pretty sure we were not running with center tanks. Nope. Engines are in continuous. And we're descending. We'll get the fasten seatbelt sign back on for the bags and cargo back there to make sure they're set and ready to go. All right, I'm a little concerned on this descent. Little concerned because we need to be at or around 3,000 by sting. Very close to it so we can be at 1,500 to shoot the approach. Folks, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to check in with my wife real quick. Sounds like our little one here is getting a little feisty. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. The little 2-month-old was going nuts. I wanted to find out if there was anything she needed me to do. All right, so you can see the information right here. This kind of make it a little easier to see. So we're coming in, RNAV for runway 9. I don't think we're going to go 096, but maybe that's what they've got in the programming. Yeah, this we're going to have to take over. And, you know, folks, watch your descents because... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is not good. What's going on? You gotta be kidding me. It crashed the desktop. Oh my goodness. Well. Oh my goodness. All right, folks, let me do something real quick here. I'm going to kill that, kill the music, and I'm not sure why we died like that. Well, we're going to do something. Well, there's nothing we can do with acres. Screenshot, X-Plane 12, log text. Be right there, folks. Let me get something up here. So a dark screen. There we go. All right, weather update. All right, let's see. Have something to do with the weather, I think. And traffic flow rule for airport KVLD found in file indicates above reference of existing ICAO for wind conditions, ignoring the rule. Did that twice. Huh. Well, that is a bummer, folks. Oh, I can't believe it did that. Oh, yeah, I can. Bumber, bumber, bumber. Well, heck spells. Oh, darn it. Well, folks, these things do happen. I'm not going to send it to X-Plane Discord. I'm going to send it to the bug thing they have. But yeah, I'll be sending it in to make sure what I'm seeing matches what they see. So beta 3 or beta 2 million can come out, whatever it is. But yeah, what a bummer. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed up to this point the flight from Fort Worth to Memphis in the MD-11, followed up by Memphis to just before Karter. What is that airport they were referencing? Hang on. Karter? Not that one. Not that one. What is KVLD? That is just, oh, that stinks. I hate when it does that. Oh well, that just means there's another flight to fly another day. Well, folks, I do want to say thank you for coming out tonight and appreciate you. I'm not sure when we'll be back at it. Can't right now be very definitive, but I'm hoping Monday. We'll see. I know tomorrow and Sunday, though Sunday's going to be rough if I'm able to, but Monday we'll be back at it for sure. Find something to do at some point during the day. So, folks, thanks again for being with Flying with Mike. Thank you, Duluth, for the follow. And those of you that have joined in, I sure appreciate y'all. Love y'all to smash follow. So for now, I am just going to head us on out of here. And we'll be back at it Monday. God bless you all. Have a great day.
Thank